further inquiry.
Yeah, so here we are, humans with limited cognitive capacities, trying to make sense of the world, trying to understand what is real and not. We have this DNA that somehow, in complex ways, is interacting with the environment, and then we get these novel ideas that come from the populace, and then they make us wonder about what it all means. And so, how to interpret it. If you think from an alien perspective, how would you communicate with other lifelike organisms? You perhaps have to find endpoints on this interaction between the DNA and its manifestations in terms of the human mind and how it interacts with the environment. To get some kind of, all right, what is this DNA? What is this environment? I have to get in somehow.
Right.
To like interact with it, to perturb the system where these little ants, human-like ants, get like excited and figure and see stuff out. Yeah, and then somehow steer them. First of all, for investigative purposes, understand, like, oftentimes to understand a system, you have to perturb it.
Exactly. Yeah.
To like poke at it, get excited or not, and then the other way is you want to, if you worry about them, you can steer in one direction or another. And this kind of idea that we're not taking care of our world, that's interesting. I mean, that's comforting. That's hopeful, because that means that greater intelligence, which is what I would put, we want to take care of us.
We want to take care of the gorillas in the national parks in Africa.
Yeah, but right. We don't want to take care of cockroaches. So there's a line we draw. So you have to hope that.
Right now, we're a bunch of angry monkeys, and maybe whatever these intelligences are also keeping an eye on us. That you don't want a bunch of, you don't want the angry monkey troop stomping around the local galactic arm.
Do you think these folks are telling the truth? Do you think they saw what they say they saw?
I think they saw what they said they saw, but I also think they saw what they were shown. I mean, if you go back to the whole notion of, okay, how long has this been around? It didn't just start showing up in 1947. There are stories going back, into the 1800s of people who saw things in their farm fields in the U.S. It's in local newspapers from the 1800s. It's fascinating. But if you go even further back, so to your point of how would you, as a higher intelligence, represent yourself to a lesser intelligence? Well, let's go back to pre-civilization. Maybe you show yourself as the spirits in the forest, and you give messages through that. Once you get a little bit more civilized, then you show yourself as the gods. And then you're God. Well, we don't believe in God anymore, necessarily. Not everybody does. So what do we believe in? We believe in technology. So you show yourself as a form of technology. Right? But the common thread is you're not alone. And there's something else here with you. And there's something that's, as you said, watching. And at least watching over your shoulder. But I think that, like any good parent, you don't tell your student everything. You make them learn. And learning requires mistakes, because if you tell them everything, then they get lazy.
You've looked at the brains of, or information coming from the brain of some of the people that have had UFO encounters. What's common about the brain of people who encounter
So
UFOs?
the study started with a group of, let's say, a cohort of individuals that were brought to me and their MRIs to ask about the damage that had been seen in these individuals. It turns out that the majority of those patients ended up being, as far as we can tell, Havana syndrome. And so, for me at least, that part of the story ends in terms of the injury. It's likely almost all Havana syndrome. That's somebody else's problem now. It's not my problem. But when we were looking at the brains of these individuals, we noticed something right in the center of the basal ganglia in many of these individuals that at first we thought was damage. It was basically an enriched patch of MRI dents that we thought was damage, but then it was showing up in everybody, and then they wrote to me and said, "Oh, it's actually not. The other readings on these MRIs show that actually has living tissue. That's actually at the head of the caudate and patina." And at the time, and I remember even asking a good friend of mine at Stanford, who was a psychiatrist, "What does the basal ganglia do?" He said, "Oh, the basal ganglia is just about movement and nerve and motor control." And I said, "Well, that's odd because these other papers that we were reading at the time started to suggest that it was involved with higher intelligence and is actually downstream of the executive function and involved with intuition and planning." And then if you think about it, if you're going to have motor control which is centralized in one place, motor control requires knowledge of the environment. You don't want to move something and hit the table. Or if you're walking across a room, you want to be aware and cognizant of what you might bump into. So obviously, all of that planning requires access to all the senses. It requires access to your desires and memory, knowledge of where and what you want, and desire to walk near or by. Like I used the example of when you're at a party, you want to avoid that person, you like that person, the waiter's about to drop something. All without thinking, you maneuver. So all that planning is done in the basal ganglia, and it's actually now called the brain within the brain. It's a goal processing system subservient to executive function. So what we think we found there was not something which allows people to talk to UFOs. I think the UFO community took it a step too far. What I think we found was a form of higher functioning and processing. So what we then looked at, and this was the most fascinating part of it, we looked then at individuals in the families of those, let's say the index case individuals, and we found that it was actually in families. And more so, this is the most fascinating part, we've probably looked now at about 200 just random cases that you can download off of databases online. You don't see this higher connectivity. You only find it in what Vic Green would have called, or has called, higher functioning individuals, people who are, he called them savants. I don't have the means to, we haven't done the testing, but it turns out my family has it, right? We found it in me, my brother, my sister, my mother. We found it as well in other individuals, husband and wife pairs. So statistically, if you had a group of 20 individuals and you found two husband-wife pairs, both of whom had it, and yet it's only found in about, we think, one of individuals. The fact that two individuals came together, two sets of individuals came together, both of whom had it, implied either a restricted breeding group or attraction. The reason why it seems to be in, let's say, so-called experiencers or people who claim, if intuition is the ability to see something that other people don't, I don't mean that in a paranormal sense, but being able to see something that's in front of you that other people might just dismiss. Well, maybe that's a function of a higher kind of intelligence to say, well, I'm not looking at an artifact. I'm not looking at something that I should just ignore. I'm seeing something that I'm recognizing for not what it is, but that it is something different than is normally found in my environment.
I have a little bit of that. I seem to see the magic in a lot of moments. I have a deep, obviously, not obviously, but it seems to be chemical in nature that I just am excited about life. I love life. I love like stupid things. It feels like I'm high a lot. I'm like mushrooms or something like that, where you really appreciate that. So I'm able to detect something about the environment that maybe others don't. I don't know, but like I seem to be over the top grateful to be alive on for a lot of stupid reasons, and that's in there somewhere. I mean, it's kind of interesting because it really is true that our brains, the way we're brought up, but also the genetics, enables us to see certain slices of the world. And um, some people are probably more receptive to anomalous information. They see the magic, the possibility in the novel thing, right? As opposed to kind of finding the pattern of the common, of the regular. Some people are more, wait a minute, this is kind of weird. I mean, a lot of those people probably become scientists too. Like, huh, like there's this pattern happening over and over and over, and then something weird just happened. And then you get excited by that weirdness and start to pull the string and discover what is at the core of that weirdness. Like perhaps is that, maybe by way of question, how does the human perception system deal with anomalous information, do you think?
Well, it first tries to classify it and get it out of the way. If it's not food, if it's not sex, right? If it's not in the way of my desires, or if it is in the way of my desires, then you focus on it. And so I think the question is how much spare processing power, how much CPU cycles do we spend on things that are not those core desires?
What is the most kind of memorable, powerful UFO encounter report you ever heard? Just to you on a personal level, like something else really powerful.
Well, I mentioned the Zimbabwe one. That's particularly interesting. And one that actually most people don't know about, but family driving down the highway, two little girls in the back, open glass top car, and the little girls see a craft right over their car, middle of the day on a busy highway. The mother sees it. They look around, nobody else seems to see it. So the girls take out their camera, take a picture of it, and then they get home. They look at the picture. There's no craft, but there's a little object about 30 feet above their car or so, probably about 3 feet across, kind of star-shaped.
What can you give a little bit of context? Is this from modern day?
It's modern day. Oh, yeah, they had a camera. I mean, they had a cell phone camera.
And this is like a report provided. By the way, where's the central place to provide a report? Is this?
Oh, there's a MUFON, but this isn't public. I've seen the picture.
Oh, this is something you directly interact with?
Yeah, I've seen the picture.
So those moments like that, they captivate your
Well, it's so different. It doesn't fall into the standard story at all. But in another way, it's a clear enunciation of this notion that when people see events, they don't all see the same thing. Now, we've heard this about traffic accidents. Different people will see a couple of a car differently, or the chain of events differently, and this tells you that memory isn't anywhere near what we think it is. But the issue around these so-called UFO reports is that the same people will see a very different thing, almost as if whatever it is projecting something into the mind, rather than it being real, right? Rather than it being a real manifestation, material in front of you, it's actually almost some sort of an altered virtual reality that is imposed on you. I mean, I think the company Meta and all the virtual reality companies would love to have something like that, right? Where you don't have to actually wear something on your face, yes, to experience a virtual reality. What happens if you could just project it?
Well, that's the fundamental question from an alien perspective. When you look at it, or as we humans look at ants, how does its perception system operate? And not only how does this thing's mind operate, how does the human mind operate, but how does their perception system operate? so that we can like stimulate the perception system
Mm-hmm.
properly to get them to think certain things. And so, you know, that's a really important question. Humans think that the only way to communicate is in like 3D or 4D space time. There's physical objects, or maybe you write things in some kind of language. But there could be just so much more richness in how you can communicate. And so, from an alien perspective, for somebody who has much greater technological capabilities, you have to figure out how do I use the skills that I have to stimulate the limited humans.
Right. Well, I mean, let's take the ants exam again as an example. Let's say that you wanted to make ants practical. You wanted to use them for something, right? You wanted to use them as a form of biological robot. Now, DARPA and other people have been trying to use insects for, to turn them into biological robots. But if you want to, you would have to interact with their sense of smell, right? Their pheromone system that they use to interact with each other. So you would either create those molecules to talk to them, to make them do. I'm not saying talk to them as if they're intelligent, but talk to them to manipulate them in ways that you want. Or if you were advanced enough, you would use some sort of electromagnetic or other means to stimulate their neurons in ways that would accomplish the same goal as the pheromones, but by doing it in a sort of a telefactoring way. So let's say you wanted to telefactor with humans. You would interact with them. And this is a technology which you could imagine possible. You could telefactor information into the sensory system of a human, right? But then each human is a little bit different, so either you know enough about them to tailor it to that individual, or you just basically take advantage of whatever the sensory net is that individual has. So if you happen to be good at sound, or you happen to be a very visually inclined individual, then maybe the sensory information that you get that's most effective in terms of transmitting information would come through that portal.
I think the aliens need to figure out that humans value physical consistency. So we've discovered physics. So we want our perception to make sense. Maybe they don't, that's not an obvious fact of perception, but you have to figure out what kind of things are humans used to observing in this particular environment of Earth, and how do we stimulate the perception system in a way that's not anomalous or not too doesn't cross that threshold of just like, well, that's way too weird.
Right.
So they have to. I mean, that's not obvious that should be important. Maybe you want to err on the side of anomaly, like lean into the weirdness stuff. Communication is complicated.
Yeah. Well, that's why I always find this issue of people talking about the so-called grays as interesting, because it is related to what you're saying. They're different enough, but they're not so different as to be scary, right? They're not venom-dripping fangs, right? They're different enough, but it's also like they're what you could imagine us becoming in some distant future. So is that a purposeful representation? I don't know. I mean, I don't believe in the grays, for instance, but I believe that people think that they see it. So if we're talking about a communication strategy that says, we're like you, but not the same as you, this might be a manifestation that you represent in terms of a communication strategy.
What do you make of David Farr's sighting of the Tic Tac UFO and other pilots who have seen these objects that seem to defy the laws of physics?
Well, I think you have to take them at their word.
Are they fascinating to you?
Oh, absolutely. No, I know a lot of these people, right? So I know Lou Elizondo, Chris Mellon, the whole crowd. I saw the videos about 3 weeks or so before they went public. I was at a bar with Lou overlooking the Pentagon in Crystal City, and they showed them to me, and my hair stood on end. He said this is coming out soon, and I know one of the guys on the inside who was the naval intelligence who had interviewed all of these pilots again before this came out. And it was hair-raising to hear this, but also exciting that, here's not just people's testimony, these are credible individuals. And if you've seen the 60-minute episode with some of the pilots, they have no monetary gain. If anything, they've got negative gain from coming out. But then you also have all of those simultaneous ship analysis from the USS Princeton, the radar analysis, etc. So, at the end of the day, it's just data. It's not a conclusion. I'd be perfectly happy, honestly, perfectly happy if somebody showed that it was all a hoax. I move back to my day job, right?
That could be a hoax, but other things might not be. I mean,
Right.
This is the point. This is why it's nice to remove some of the stigma about this topic, because it's all just data, and anomalous events are such that they're going to be rare in terms of how much data they represent. We have to consider the full range of data to discover the things that actually represent something that's, if we pull at it, we discover something that's extraterrestrial, or something deep about the phenomena on Earth that we don't yet understand.
Right. Well, if it only stimulates people, for instance, to think, okay, well, what happens if we could move like that with momentumless movement? And it stimulates young individuals to go into the sciences, to ask those questions. That to me is fascinating. I mean, after I've been openly talking about this in the last year, especially, I've had a number of students from top schools who aren't my students come to me and say, if I can help, let me. How can I help? I never had thought about this before, but you and others, not just you, and others have opened my mind to thinking about this matter.
Yeah, that's why it's actually funny that Elon Musk doesn't think too much about this. These kinds of propulsion systems that could defy the laws of physics as we currently understand them. To me, it's a powerful way to think what is possible.
Mm-hmm.
It's inspiring, even if some of it doesn't represent extraterrestrial vehicles. I think the observation itself, it's like something you mentioned, which is hypothesizing, imagining these things, considering the possibility of these things. I think opens up your mind in a way that ultimately can create the technology. First, you have to believe the technology is possible before you can create it.
In my own lab, we always look for, as I've said before, what is inevitable. And, saying inevitably this is the kind of data we need. But if we need that kind of data, the instrument we want doesn't exist. Okay, so I imagine the perfect instrument, if you make it, and you back into something which is practical, and then you, in a sense, reverse engineer the future of what it is that you want to make. And I've started and sold like at least half a dozen or more companies using that basic premise. And so it was always something that didn't exist today, but we imagined what we wanted. And at the time, many people said it couldn't be done. I mean, for instance, all the gene therapy that's done today with retroviruses came from a group meeting in David Baltimore's lab. I was a postdoc with him. And one of the other postdocs wasn't able to make retroviruses in a way that he wanted to. And I realized I had a cell line that allowed us to make retroviruses in 2 days rather than 2 months. And so he and I then worked together to make that system. And now all gene therapy with retroviruses is done using this basic approach around the whole world. Because something couldn't be done, and we wanted to do it better, and we imagined the future. And so that's, I think, what the whole UFO phenomenon is doing for people. It's like, well, let's imagine a future where these kinds of technologies are, but also let's imagine a future where we don't blow ourselves up, right? So if these things are there, they manage to not blow themselves up. So it means that at least one other civilization got past the inflection point.
So if some of the encounters are actually representing alien civilizations visiting us, why do you think they're doing so? You suggested that perhaps it's this study into path. What are some of the motivations, do you think? And again, from our perspective, us as humans, what motivations would we have when we approach other civilizations we might discover in the future?
Well, I think one motivation might be to steer us away from the precipice, right? Or on the assumption that, you know, even if we make it past the precipice, at least uh, we're not a bunch of psychopaths, you know, running around. So maybe there's a little bit of motivation there to make sure that the neighbor that's growing up next to you is not, you know, unruly. Um, you know, but I mean, maybe it's sort of a moral imperative, like what we have with, you know, creating uh, national parks where animals can continue to live out their lives in a natural way. I don't know. I mean, that would be. I mean, the problem is we're imagining from a anthropomorphic viewpoint what an alien might think. And as I've said before, alien means an alien, right? I mean, not Hollywood aliens, but a whole different way of thinking and a whole different level of experience and, let's say, wisdom, hopefully, that we could only hope to understand. Now, but if we ever get out there, if we ever make it past our current problems, and even if we don't have faster than light travel, and even if we're only using ram scoops or light sails to get where we want to go, and it takes us 10,000 years to get somewhere or to spread out, we might encounter such things. And are we just going to stomp all over it like we did in colonial South America or Africa or all the rest? On our current path, likely. You know, and so what are we going to learn?
Well, we're getting better and better at understanding what is life. And I think we're getting better and better at being careful not to step on it when we see it. And this is one of the nice things about talking about UFOs is it expands the Overton window. It expands our understanding of what possibly could be life.
Mm-hmm.
It gets us to think. It gets the scientific community to think. When we go to Mars, or when we go to these different moons that could possibly have life, you know, we're not looking at legged organisms. We're looking at some kind of complexity that arises in resistance to the natural world. And there's a lot of interesting
like that resistance to the natural world. Yeah.
Somehow there's a rebellious process, complex system going on here. And I don't know, you know, the many ways it could take form. There's a sense, you know, for aliens that as the technology develops, they take form more and more as information, as something that can influence the space of ideas, of the processing of data itself. So I just, this idea of embodiment that we humans so admire, physically visible, perceivable embodiment, may be a very inefficient thing. Right?
If you think just about, you know, your area, AI, you know, we're trying to make smaller and smaller and smaller circuitry that is basically closer and closer to the physics of how the universe operates, right down at the level of, you know, quantum computers, or basically right down about quantum information storage. So fast forward 10,000, 100,000 years, maybe somebody found a way to embody AI directly into the physics of the universe, right? And it doesn't require a physical manifestation. It just sits in space time. It's just a locally ordered space. We're just locally ordered space time, right? You know, I mean, but maybe they found a way to embody it there.
They probably have to get really good at not, you know, trampling on the ants.
Mhm.
The better your technology gets, the easier it is to accidentally, like, oops, right? Just destroy this simpleton biological system.
We constantly think about whatever these things might be. We think that they are some sort of a unified force. Well, maybe they're not unified. Maybe they are as disparate as you and I are. And maybe what keeps them from stomping all over the ants is each other, right? That they are in a self-tension to prevent one or more of them from running amok.
Oh, yeah, I mean, that's kind of the anarchy of nations that we have on Earth. So there's always there's always going to be
There's a hierarchy.
This hierarchy that's formed of greater and greater intelligences.
Right.
And they're all probably also wondering, wait, what's bigger than me?
Exactly. That's what I always wonder, is that maybe that what keeps them in line is something that is beyond them.
Like, what created the universe? I mean, that's probably a question that bothers them too.
Mm-hmm.
What about the communication task itself? How hard do you think it is for aliens to communicate with humans? So is it something you think about this barrier of communication between biological systems and something else? How difficult is it to find the common?
Well, I think if you're smart enough or technologically enabled enough, it's relatively straightforward. Now, whether your concepts can ever be dumbed down to us, that might be hard. I mean,
Again, talking to the ants.
Talking to the ants. I mean,
on Instagram.
So
you want to look good in this picture. Let me
explain to you why. Yeah. So that's the essential problem of, perhaps they realize who it is that they're talking to, and they say, rather than muddy the picture, we're only going to give them limited information, right? And yeah, maybe we could sit down like you and I and have a conversation, but then they would make assumptions. Humans would then make assumptions about us that aren't true, because we're not humans, right? So let's stay at arm's length. Let's just let them know that we're here, right? And here's the limited amount of communication. Again, this notion that if you give somebody everything, they'll get it. And, if they've been around as long as they have, they've seen every kind of thing that can go wrong. And so it's they know as much as they might want to step in, that would be a wrong thing.
Yeah, you have to also understand the amount of wisdom they carry.
Yeah. And so it's very easy as well for religions to. I don't want to get into a whole religious conversation. But very easy for you could see how religions could call them angels or devils or what have you, because again, if you're trying to fit it into a framework of cultural understanding, the first thing you reach for is God. And so when you look at what these things are, and again, with the angels and the devils, in a similar sort of way, their communication is limited. They just kind of give little, what's the Oracle of Delphi? They kind of give these Delphic pronouncements, and then it's up to you to figure out what it is that they really mean.
Stephen Greer claimed that a skeleton discovered in the Atacama region of Chile might be an alien. You reached out to him and a task of proving or disproving that with the rigor of science. The result is a paper titled Whole Genome Sequencing of Atacama shows novel mutations linked with dysplasia. Can you tell this full story?
The story was, as you put it right there, correct. Reached out, got a sample of the body, did the DNA sequencing, then worked with a team of two other Stanford scientists and Roche sequencing group, Roche Diagnostics, and probably a total team of about 11 or so people. And as is standard in these kinds of things, the professors actually don't do the work. The students do the work and figured out the answer. And then we helped them put together the story. And the story was simply that it was human, 100%. I went into it thinking it was originally a monkey of some sort. I got kind of excited a few months into the process, thinking, well, what else it is an alien? Right?
Can you describe some of the characteristics of the skeleton that make it unique and interesting?
Primarily, it had dysmorphias of the brain. And so the first thing I did, actually, when I got pictures of it, I took it to a local expert at Stanford, and he was on the paper. And he was the world expert in pediatric bone dysmorphias. He literally wrote the book and on this, because that's what you do. You go to an expert when it's outside of your field of interest. And he said, well, I haven't seen this particular collection of mutations before, or this physiology before, but here's what I think it might be. And he said, but based on the size of the thing and the bone density, it would appear to be like 6 or 7 years old. Now, again, that's the thing where I think the lay public doesn't understand or takes a speculation like that and turns it into a fact. No one ever said that it was that age. We only said that the bones made it look like it was that age. But then we went back and looked for genetic explanations of why things might look the way they did. And if you, again, read the paper, it's very carefully caveated to say that these mutations might result in this. But what we did find was an unexpectedly large number of mutations associated with bone growth in this individual. And it was just a bad roll of the dice, right? You roll the dice enough times with enough people born every year, and someone will roll the wrong dice all at once. So the sad part about it was individuals in the UFO community who wanted to think that there was some sort of conspiracy around it, right? That somebody had somehow convinced all of my students to lie. I mean, come on. You know, I would lose my job, first of all, and they would all be, in trouble forever.
Yeah, but also it's just projecting malevolence onto people that I don't think exists in normal populace, and especially doesn't exist in the scientific community. The kind of people that go into science, I mean, this is what bothers me with the current distrust of science, is they might be naive, they might not, especially modern science, look at the big picture, philosophical, ethical questions, all that kind of stuff. But ultimately, they're people with integrity and just a deep curiosity for the discovery of little things. And there's no malevolence, broadly speaking, in the scientific community. So, I mean, there's a bigger story here, which is, there's a hunger in the populace to discover something anomalous, something new. And, science has to be both open to the anomalous, but also to reject the anomalous when the data doesn't support it. Well, what do you make of that, walking that line for you? Because you're dealing with UFO encounters, you're dealing with the anomalous.
Well, people have said, let's go back to the Atacama case, that I was debunking it. Well, debunking is a loaded term. It sort of assumes that you were going in purposefully to prove something that's wrong. I wasn't. I was just going in to collect the data. And, I showed that this one was human. There was another skull that somebody had at one point. It's called the Star Child. They called it the Star Child skull. I said, I looked at it. I looked at the DNA sequencing that they had done. I said, this is human. End of story. The people who owned the thing at the time disagreed with me, and then eventually another group came in and proved that I was right. And it's not about debunking. It's about getting the more spectacular and hyped cases off the table. I mean, the reason I got interested in it is because somebody was hyping it. And not because I wanted to disprove it, but because I just wanted to know. And let's get it off the table, because it's usually the most extravagant things that are most likely to be wrong. Somewhere in the rubble will be something interesting. And so that's what you do. You get the dross off the table, and then somewhere in the data will be something worth real inquiry.
And that, if you acquire deeply enough, will be extracted.
Yes, exactly.
And that's what's actually exciting scientists to do. I mean, you want the rigorous science actually reveal the extraction.
And so look at CRISPR as probably the most perfect example of that. These weird sequences in bacterial genomes, all arrayed one after the other with these strange sequences around them. But when you looked at the sequences, they looked like viruses. And so how did they get there? And lo and behold, after a lot of effort and work with the Nobel Prize, this went out the door. But these strange things ended up having extraordinarily extravagant possibilities.
You've also looked at UFO materials. You are in possession of UFO materials yourself.
Claimed UFO materials.
Alleged UFO materials. That's some. What's another term? Weird materials that don't seem to
that have a story.
They have a story that doesn't seem to be of natural origins, but it's not. There's a process to proving that, and that process may take decades, if not centuries, because they keep at the string and discover where they could possibly come from. But anyway, you're in possession of some materials of this kind. Can you describe some of them? Maybe also talk to the process of how you investigate them, how you analyze them.
Right. So let's say that there's two classes of materials that I've been given by people, and they're not given by like the government or anything, just given people who've collected them, and there's a reasonable chain of evidence associated with them that you believe is not just a pebble somebody picked up off a road. There are almost always things that people have claimed have either been dropped off as like some sort of a leftover material, molten metals, or they are from an object that was released from this, and that kind of exploded. They're almost always metals. I have some couple of things that might be biological that are interesting that I haven't really spent a lot of time on yet. When you look at a metal, you basically will look at what are the elements in it and what's it made of. And so there's pretty standard approaches to doing it. Most of them involve a technology called mass spectrometry. And there's probably about 5 or 6 different kinds of mass spectrometry that you could bring to bear on answering it. And they either tell you, depending upon the limit of the resolution of the instrument, they either tell you the elements that are there, or they tell you the isotopes that are there. And you're interested not just in knowing whether something is there or not, you were interested in knowing whether there, the amounts of it. And in the case of elements, how many different isotopes are there? And that's kind of where, in some of these cases, it's interesting, right? Because in at least one of the materials, as we first studied it, the isotope ratios, in this case it was magnesium, way off normal. And I just don't know why. It doesn't prove anything. All it proves is that it was probably accomplished by some kind of an industrial process, whether it's the result of a process or whether, and this is sort of the leftover, or whether it was made that way for a particular purpose, I don't know. All I know is that it was engineered. That's it, right? But then the question is sort of you go one step deeper. Why would you engineer?
Right. why engineer? What does engineered mean? There's all kinds of. It could be a byproduct. It could be um, the main result of an engineering process. It will be a small part of the engineering process that is the main part.
Well, so the ratios of isotopes for any given element are basically the result of stellar processes. A supernova blew up sometime several billion years ago. That became a cloud. Those atoms coalesce gravitationally to form another sun and a ring that became a rocky planet. And the ratios of the isotopes were determined at the time of that explosion. And so everything in the local solar system is more or less of that ratio, depending upon certain gravitational difference. But by fragments of a percent, not whole tens of percent difference. So what do humans use isotopes for? Mostly the ballistic effect. I mean, the vast majority of the isotopes that have been made in the per pound or ton are things like certain ratios of plutonium and uranium to ballistic effect. We don't make or engineer isotopes. It's today it's relatively easy to do, but it's still expensive. For any other reason, apart from, let's say, as anti-cancer, we use stable isotopes in money these days as a counterfeiting tool. You basically embed certain ratios of isotopes in to make it harder for counterfeiters to accomplish. But other than that, we don't do anything with that. So why would you make grams of such material in this one case and drop it around on a beach in Brazil?
So which case was comfortable?
This is the Ubatuba case.
Can you describe this case a little bit further? Like what material we're talking about? Just the full story of the case.
So
it's an interesting one.
It's an interesting one. So a fisherman saw an object that released something, or it exploded, and it was this relative. I've got some big chunks of it. Relatively pure magnesium, with obviously something else in it, because magnesium burns. So it had something in it that would, other metals, simple alloy, that would prevent it from basically burning up. And so the question is, and so then we had two pieces that came from two different chains of custody, both claimed to be from the same object. At least physically, when you look at the two things, they look the same, right? So we took small fragments of each of them. We put them in an instrument called a secondary ion mass spec, which is an extremely sensitive instrument, and it can see down to 0.0001 mass units, which is important for, let's say, more arcane reasons, but it's a sensitive instrument. And so one of the chains of custody, we had two pieces from the same chain of custody, and then pieces from the other chain of custody. One of them had completely normal magnesium isotope ratios, magnesium 24, 25, 26, and the other was off. Not just like slightly off, way off, and they were both off to the same extent. So, it was sort of like you had an internal control of what was normal, and you had this other one which was wrong. And so you're left with it's kind of an open question. Was this a hoax? Were these two chains of custody, one of them a hoax, that somebody purposefully introduced those things? Because you could do it. It would cost a lot. At the time that this was found, I guess the 1970s or so, might have been earlier, I forget. The amount that I had would have cost several tens of thousands of dollars to make. And again, it's not something you just throw around. And why would you do it in the hope that some guy 30 years from then would pick it up and study it?
Very subtle.
It's a long-term plan. So I just don't know. I just don't know what to make of it. Except it's interesting. So a different kind of question that you're asking is, what constitutes evidence? right? So is this sufficient evidence? Absolutely not. But somebody's put it forward. I have the time. It's my time. I'll study it, and my objective is to sort of take those that I think are credible enough and do a reasonable analysis, put it out there. And maybe somebody else will come up with an idea as to what it is. Now, what would be better is some sort of true technology, right? Something that is obviously, we don't have it, and people like Neil deGrasse Tyson and Seth Shostak have come out right. Rightfully, and have said, when you show up with, something really obviously technology that we don't understand, then we'll pay attention, right?
Not just material.
Not just material. A piece of metal is interesting, but and several of the things that I've looked at and other things that people have come to me with, we found to be completely banal, or were actually pieces of aircraft that were invented back in the 1940s. And so, take them off the table.
But I think, again, I think showing up with technology that we humans would find completely novel is actually a really difficult task for aliens, because it obviously can't be so novel that we don't recognize it for what it is. And I would say most of the technology aliens likely have would be something we don't recognize. So it's actually a hard problem how to convince ants. Like, you first have to understand what ants are tweeting about, like what they care about, in order to inject it into their culture. Because that's why I think with the technology that is not just in the space of ideas, it's trying to influence individual humans with the encounters, and try to, with this kind of thing that you mentioned about us not taking messages about us not taking care of the world. It's difficult. I mean, for them to understand, you have to come up with trinkets that impress us. I mean, maybe the very technology, the fascination with the development of technology and the development of technology, the actual act of innovation itself is the thing that they're communicating. I mean, this is kind of what Jacques Vallée thinks about. It's the role of the control system. The control system. Well, let me ask about Jacques. Who is he? You know him. Who's Jacques Vallée? What have you learned about life, about UFOs, about technology, about our role in the universe?
Well, I met Jacques actually soon after the whole Atacama thing happened. I was visited by those people associated with the government and whatever around the Havana, what ended up mostly being Havana patients, but also Jacques at the same time. They were actually working behind the scenes with each other. That, here's the Stanford professor who is willing to talk about this stuff and investigate things. Maybe we should go talk to him. And he reached out through a colleague, and he and I had lunch actually at the Rosewood Inn up on near Sandhill. So Jock is one of the first openly active scientists, and he's really a scientist in this area, going back to the 1960s. He's put forward a number of ideas, speculations about what it might be that people are interacting with. And the first thing that I learned from him is this notion of what he called kabuki theater, that many of the things that people have seen are, I remember reading his books and thinking, he uses this word absurd a lot. The things that people claim they see are absurd, right? A ship doesn't land in a farmer's field and then come up and knock on the door and say, "Can I have a glass of water?" These are stories literally out of newspapers from the 1930s. It's absurd. And the other thing that people say, ships don't crash. If you're so technologically advanced, you don't crash. It's absurd that they crash. So he says this is put on as a show. It's an influence campaign, right? It's not meant to influence individuals. It's meant to influence a culture as a whole. Maybe they don't look at us as individuals. Maybe they look at us as an organism that lives on a planet, right?
And perhaps rightly so.
And so that's how you interact with them. That's how you influence them. So that was one of the first things that kind of took me back and realized, wow, it's actually maybe there's a puppet master behind the scenes that's doing this influencing, that all this stuff about aliens is just not true per se. They're just a representation of something that is meant to influence. So that was probably the most interesting. I mean, the man is brilliant. He's also, it can be, and I'm sorry, Jacques, he can also be incredibly annoying to have a conversation with, because he will pick apart your arguments or anything that you think you know and show you why you don't know what you think you know. And he used the example that, for me, that is all you need is one counter example to any conclusion, and you're wrong. And so I learned from him. I mean, I'm supposed to be a good scientist, but I learned from him, don't talk about conclusions, just talk about the data. Because it is not wrong. I mean, convince yourself that the data is not wrong or not an artifact. But be careful about your conclusions, because whatever is going on, it's much more complicated than we imagine.
Well, that's powerful. Being able to always step back, because we humans get excited.
Yeah,
we start to jump to conclusions from the data. Always step back. Well, powerful being able to always step back, because we get excited.
Yeah,
we start to jump to conclusions from the data, but always step back.
Well, in some of my Twitter feeds, when I dare to go on Twitter, are full of, well, when are you going to give us the answer? Science is not immediate. You're going to have to be patient. And even some of my science colleagues have said, well, where's the data? My answer to that has been, where's been your work to try to produce that? I'm not here to give you everything on a silver platter.
We talked offline how much I love data and machine learning and so on. And it's been really disheartening to see that the U.S. government not investing as much as they possibly could into this whole process. So let's jump to the most recent thing, which is, what do you make of the report titled Preliminary Assessment Unidentified Aerial Phenomena that was released by the Office of the Director of National Intelligence in June 2021? So this was like, okay, we're going to step back. Where do we stand, and where do we want the future is? What do you make of that report? Is it hopeful?
I see it's very helpful. Very helpful. I think the adults are finally stepping up and being in charge. Right? I mean, it sounds like adult. What's that?
In the good sense
of adult.
Childlike curiosity is a pretty powerful thing.
That's true. Yeah. But it's also, I think, the people who were worried that the populace at large might run screaming into the streets and riot They basically, the empiric evidence is they're wrong. These videos and all these things have been out for now, 5 years? Most people don't even know about it, right? So as hyped as it's been, and all over the newspapers that it's been, and etc. Even Tucker Carlson has talked about it many times on his news program. Joe Rogan has. A lot of people don't know about it. So I think people, if it's not affecting their day-to-day life, they're going on with their day-to-day life. So, but that said, I think it was an important sea change in the internal discussions going on in the government because, and the reason being, that I think this is actually partly true with the maturation of human social technology. It was becoming so obvious that this stuff was showing up again and again and again around our ships. They just couldn't keep it quiet anymore. Right? And so it's like, we need to do something about it. And Leo Elizondo and Chris and others, to their great credit, found the right angle to talk about this. Just, well, okay, let's say it's not out there. Maybe it's the Russians, the Chinese, or somebody else. We should know about this because we damn sure know it's not us. So that, to me, is an important thing to finally be a little bit more open about the matter. But like I often say, I'm not looking for people to give me permission to do anything. I'm just going to do the analysis myself of what I have. Avi Loeb has taken the same approach. He said, I'm not going to wait for the government to give me telescopic information about technologies or things that might be even in our own solar system. I'm just going to collect it myself. And that's the right way to do it. And don't wait for somebody else to give it to you.
It's also possible to inspire a large number of people to do a wider spread data collection.
Yes.
I mean, you yourself can't do a large enough data collection that would, if you're talking about anomalous events.
Right.
You should be collecting high resolution data about everything that's happening on Earth in terms of the kind of things that indicate to you a strong signal that something weird happened here. And this is why, governments can be good at funding large-scale efforts.
Yes.
NASA and so on, working with SpaceX, with Blue Origin, fund capitalists or fund company efforts to do huge moonshot projects. And in the same way, do huge moonshot data collection efforts in terms of UFOs. It needs to be like 10x, like 1 or 2 orders of magnitude more funding to do this kind of thing. And I understand on the flip side of that, if you make it about what are the Russians, what are the Chinese doing, make it a question of geopolitics, it gets touchy because now you're kind of taking away from the realm of science and making it military. Some of the greatest, this is what makes me, as an engineer, makes me truly sad, is some of the greatest engineering work ever done is by Lockheed Martin, and we'll never know about it.
Yeah, I agree. I wish it was different, but it's the world we live in. But related to that UFP task force announcement, the bill was passed in the Department of Defense, and now it formally establishes an office to collate that information and also to be transparent about it. Money is now set aside.
Right. Well, what do you think of, just in case people don't know, DoD established a new department to study UFOs called Airborne, maybe, but yes, Airborne Object Identification and Management Synchronization Group. Hey, do you know how to pronounce that?
No, I don't.
AOI.
It's stupid and needs to be renamed.
AOI MSG. AO. All right. It's directed by the Undersecretary of Defense for Intelligence and Security. What do you make of this office? Are you hopeful about this office?
I think there's still a tug of war going on behind the scenes as to who's going to control this. But I do know, though, that money has been set aside that will be used to make things more public, right? To start to get others involved in it. I'm involved with an effort to get other academics involved.
Do you think there might be some of that money could be directed towards funding maybe like groups like yours to do some research, right? So they would be open to that, you think?
I hope so. I mean, nothing is set in stone yet, so and I'm not hiding anything because I just don't know anything, right? But I do think that there will be public efforts. Now, there are being set up other private efforts to bring monies involved and to use that to leverage and get access to some of the internal resources as well. So what you're seeing is kind of an ecosystem building in a positive sense of people who are willing to do the research. So before it would be you couldn't even go to a scientist and ask them to help. Now, if there's money, as I said before, scientists are essentially capitalists who go where the money is. I mean, the work that I've done, I did out of my own pocket. Probably about $50,000, $60,000, $70,000 of money went into the paper we published out of my own pocket. And but the amount of money that needs to go in is in at least a few millions to do the proper analysis of these materials. The work I know that the Galileo project is involved with, it's probably in the 5 to 10 million range to get stuff done. But that's actually a relatively modest amount of money to accomplish something that has been in the zeitgeist for decades.
I should also push back a little bit on something you probably would agree with. You said scientists are essentially capitalists. What I've noticed is there's certainly an influence of money, but oftentimes when we're talking about basic research or basic science, the money is a little bit ambiguous to what direction you're doing research in. And the scientists get really good at telling a narrative of like, yeah, we're fulfilling the purpose of this funding, but they end up doing really what they're curious about.
Yes.
And of course, you cannot deviate. Like if you get incarnate penguins in Antarctica and start building rockets, but probably you can because you will convince some kind. You caught the narrative saying rockets are really important for studying penguins in the Antarctica. Right. I think that's actually this is one thing I think people don't generally understand about the scientific mind. Is I don't know how capitalistic it is because if it was, they would start a effing company.
No. I mean, when I meant capitalist, I didn't mean in the they'll start companies per se. I mean, we can only do the research where there's money, and so from maybe it's a bad use of the term capitalist. So, but we will only do the research where there's money. I mean, why do most people work? Many biologists work in cancer research because there's a lot of money there. It's an important problem, but I might not have ever gotten involved if there wasn't money. I might have gone and I was going to be a botanist when I was a kid. That's what I wanted to do. So having money available will bring people to bear. Now, another mistake that's often actually made, I think, by the lay public without science, is that people think that we're paid to do things. Just as you said, I get a research grant, and luckily from the NIH, they give you a fair amount of latitude. I will go my own way, and I'll find something. I might have proposed something, but I'll end up somewhere entirely different by the end of the project. And that's how good science is done. You follow the data, you follow the results. And so that's what I'm hoping can be done here. I think the worst kind of thing that could be done with this subject area is to put it inside another company where they have a set plan of what it is they're going to do, and the scientists either do what the executives tell them to do or not. That isn't how anything will really get discovered. Get it out into the public, get open minds thinking about it, and then publishing on it and doing the right kind of work. That's how real progress will be made with this.
So let's again put our philosophical hats on. Do you think the U.S. government or some other government is in possession of something of extraterrestrial origin that is far more impressive than anything we've seen in the public.
If I've not seen anything personally, but if I believe the people who I don't think can lie, yes.
And it's just, how does that make you feel in terms of the way government works, the way our human civilization works, that there might be things like that, and they're not public? Is there a hopeful message for transparency that's possible? Like if you were in power, and I'm not saying president because maybe the president is not the source of power here, would you release this information in some way or form?
Yes. If I were, I think it would. I think it's something that can bring humanity together, right? I think that knowledge of this kind of thing, to know that we are more alike than we are different in comparison to whatever this is uh, is a positive thing for us. Um, and to know, I don't necessarily care that the government has been hiding it, and I think people have been talking about what we should give government officials or whatever amnesty. I think that's probably the right answer. We don't. This isn't a time to look back and say you did something wrong. You did whatever you did because that was the data you had available to you at the time, and you had good reasons for doing it. Now, if your reasons were selfish, if your reasons were you wanted to do it because you wanted to monetize it yourself up to your benefit, but in those that of others, then I think maybe there's something else that could be said. But an opportunity to get all this information out if I were in charge, I would try to do it. Now, I might be shown something though that says, there's a reason that you don't want anybody to know this. And maybe you don't want everybody having access to unlimited energy, because maybe you might turn into a bomb.
Or something that gives you hints that something like unlimited energy is possible, but you haven't figured it out yet. And if you make it public, maybe some of the other governments you have tensions with will figure it out first.
Right. It's kind of an arms race, though, I think.
In all forms. And it makes me truly sad because it's obvious that, for example, the origins of the COVID virus, it's obvious to me that the Chinese government, whatever the origins are, is interested in not releasing information about it because it can only be bad for the Chinese government. And every government thinks like this. Like actually, this has been disappointing to me talking to PR folks at companies. Like they're always nervous. They're always like conservative, right? In the sense like, well, if we release more stuff, it can only be bad. And then an Elon Musk character comes along who tweets ridiculous memes and doesn't give a fuck. And I've been encouraging CEOs, I've been encouraging people to be transparent. And of course, government, national security is really like another level. It's human lives at stake. But let's start at the lighter case of just releasing some of the awesome insights of how the sausage is made, the technology, and being transparent about it because it excites people. It, like you said, it connects people. It inspires them. It's good for the brand. It's good for everybody. I honestly think this kind of idea that people will steal information and will use it against you is an idea that's not true and is an idea of the 20th century. Like I said, some of the benefits of the social media, our social world, is that transparency is beneficial, and I hope governments will learn that lesson. Of course, they're usually the last to learn such lessons. Right? What do you make of Bob Lazar's story in terms of possession of aircraft? Do you believe him?
I don't believe in the Bob Lazar story, to be quite honest. I mean, Jeremy Corbell has done a great job interviewing him and has done some, beautiful documentaries. I just don't. I don't know how to interpret it. And again, some of the people who fraternize with think it's all rubbish. Yeah, but maybe he's right, but I don't know. I mean, the problem is, and this is a little bit different about how I approach the whole areas and a lot of others. I'm less interested in going over old paperwork and all these old histories of who said what, the whole he said, she said of the history of UFOs. I'm a scientist. I worked on the brain area because it's something I can collect data on. I can go back to the same individual, collect an MRI again, and redo it. I can hand that MRI to somebody else. They can analyze it. I can get materials. I can analyze them. I can get some of these skeletons. I won't touch any skeletons ever again, but I can analyze it, and somebody else can reproduce the data. I mean, that's what I'm good at. And so, I'm not going to go into the whole. I'm not a historian.
Yeah, that's true. But there's a human side to it. Sometimes I think with these, because again, anomalous, rare events, some of the data is inextricably connected to humans.
Mm-hmm.
The observations,
right?
I hope in the future, that sensory data will not be polluted by human subjectivity. But that's still powerful data. Direct observations.
Yeah.
Like talk about what how it's. And so it's an interesting question to me whether Balbazar is telling the truth, whether he believes he's telling the truth too, and what impact his stories like his have on the willingness of governments to be transparent,
mm-hmm.
and so on. So you have to credit his story for captivating the imagination of people and getting the conversation going.
He's maintained this story for all these years with little to no change.
Gary Nolan sucks.
So, but there's so many other people who are, say, experts in that story.
Their gut, you accumulate a set of sort of circumstantial evidence where your gut will say that somebody is not telling the truth.
Yeah.
You mentioned Avi Loeb. I forgot to ask you about him or why.
Mm-hmm.
Because you've analyzed specimens here on Earth.
Mm-hmm.
What do you make of that one? And what do you make broadly of our efforts to look at rocks, essentially, or look at objects
mm-hmm.
flying around in our solar system? Is that a value?
Hello? My day was amazing. I figured out a really good way to screen people, like even better than I have been. And let's do a quick breakdown. 43 minutes ago, somebody with a Paris Hilton avatar wrote, "This motherfucker, I am not speaking to Rabbi at this point." They took a screenshot of my message, and it's like, it just helps to promote me. Then this person below, this chick wrote, "Share to be a trillionaire." Then the person with the Paris Hilton avatar again wrote, "Share both of these nuts." And it made me laugh because it's just a funny joke that I really like. I like that joke. It's so simple. And it reminds me of the Chappelle Show, where there's this little boy who asks an older man if he can call him Mr. Dees. And the older man says, "Mr. Dees?" And the little boy goes, "Dees nuts!" It's like a joke from 20 years ago that still makes me laugh. Yeah, I don't know if it came from that. That was a joke. That's just been a joke for a long time, but that kind of being more popular. And I just think those kind of jokes are really funny. So here's my strategy if you care. Okay, normally what I have to do is I have to create an account and then I have to solve a captcha. You know these captchas, I told you about them like 1,000 times. And that takes time. And the project or my spamming can't continue if I'm not doing the captchas. Which means at night, when I'm asleep, I can't spam for like 8 hours. It's the next 10 hours, or however long I sleep, 5 hours, whatever. And I'm about efficiency. I want this bad boy going 24/7, 365. So I figured out this really pretty brilliant strategy. So what it is I have these computers that are spam. And then I have these phones that are creating the accounts for. And I can make a lot of accounts pretty quickly with these phones. And then I have them saved in a spreadsheet. And I have my bot go through to just go down the line and get a new account. Welcome, how are you? What up, future? How you living, Pip? How'd you find out about me? Oh, yeah, okay. What's good, my friend? Dude, what'd you think about Aiden's fight with AB, Antonio Brown? Oh, dude, Antonio Brown fired, I think, multiple gunshots. It's all on kick and streams and stuff. But basically, Antonio, do you know who Antonio Brown is? All right, so AB, yeah, exactly. And so he was like detained, but he was not arrested because he didn't do anything wrong. And like people got it on, they didn't get like that. They got it like the sound on camera and stuff. But that was at the Nate Marston. So that was pretty wild. How are things in your neck of the woods? Are you slinging dick like it's going out of style? Excellent. All right, that's not always a mood. Are there some shorties there who you got your eye on? All right, so tell me about the one you got your eye on. Is she bad? All right. So what's your plan? What's your strategy? How are you gonna pick this chick up? Yeah, it's not a good idea to ask out your coworkers. So what about like Tinder or Plenty Fish or Match or Bumble or any of those? Yeah, that's a good move. I mean, if you want to keep your job, but also if they're in a relationship or they just don't like you, it's super awkward things. Nobody wants to work in that kind of environment. Good move. All right. So you're not looking to get your dick wet? All right. So you're just chilling. I got you. But what's been taking up your day? What have you been up to? Yeah, obviously not getting your dick wet or slanging it or tearing up pussy. What have you been doing? Jerking yourself raw? Okay. Have you been playing any games? Playing any sports? You been following sports? All right. What do you want to? All right. What do you want to be when you grow up? I got you. I got you. What do you want to be when you grow up? A leader? All right. Well, you're influencing me right now. All right, so you basically just want to travel the world, hook up with hot chicks, and put it all on Instagram. All right, I mean that sounds like a good life. All right, so okay, what's your platform of choice? Oh, you got a YouTube channel. Oh, okay. You think you're gonna be an influencer without any content, son? Okay, how's that gonna work? Nobody's gonna know about you. Okay, well, why don't you share that with the world? Okay, we know that we are. All right. You know that you are 373 days away from Grand Theft Auto 6 being launched. Are you going to tear 373? Are you going to tear that up when it's released? No, you've only had 10 years to finish that game. No, you've only had 10 years to finish that game. Okay, so that's cool. Are you going to be a GTA 6 influencer? Okay, you should start putting a video a day as a countdown, starting with like 1 year old. And then you've got some content. And then when you start to stream, people go like, oh, this person, they have been streaming at least once a day, doing a countdown on GTA 6 for a year. I want to follow them because they have hype. You should, absolutely. You get a little bit of an audience, but then the big one is GTA 6. So I understand you're dealing with some stuff in your life. Everybody's got that. I get that. But you got to have goals and plans. You want to be an influencer. You like the game. And this is going to be the biggest game launch in global history. And you're going and you're going to have the opportunity and enough time to be able to prep an audience for it. When you stream, how many people watch it simultaneously? Zero. So you got a whole year to increase that to more than zero. And you multi-stream it. So when you put your work in on YouTube, it's also going on Twitch and Rumble and Kick, and you get some people following you. And just hype them up. We've got 365 days until Grand Theft Auto 6. I'm playing the final campaign of GTA 5. Feel free to like, follow, subscribe, all that stuff. 364 days, 363 days, and 300 days, or 200 days. Then you start hyping people up 100 days, and then, camp out at a GameStop or whatever. You 24-hour stream right before. You just get people excited for it. Absolutely. All right. And if you tell me that you're doing it or you have to do it, I'll watch you so at least you get that zero and one. And I tell people to watch you be like, hey, if you guys know future, they're gonna be like, who the fuck is future? And you're like, future's been doing a countdown for Grand Theft Auto every single day until it's launched. And he's a huge GTA 6 influencer. He's got cryptocurrency, he gets donations, and you'll those shorties at work will start picking you up, and you don't have to worry about a sexual harassment lawsuit. And also, you'll have your pick of the litter. Have you been watching it? No, I understand. I'm kind of just joking now. Have, have you been watching it on the street? Okay. Yeah, dude, it used to be popular. And then they made it really private. And I'm like the only person ever in it. But they used to have every single day, like 20 people in there. Every day, 20 salads. Right, people used to give me all kinds of shit. Doug, 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 what was with citrus there? Right, you would have been. All right, so what's your talent? Dude, how the fuck are you gonna say that you won the talent show when you didn't have any talent? I got you. Well, you dropped the ball. If you did have a talent, look, can you sing? Okay, what's your favorite song to sing? Is that the song? All right, I like it how you want to be an influencer, but you don't have you don't influence, and you want to be a rock star, but you don't know any songs. Just putting it out there. Start learning some songs. Get comfortable in front of the camera. If you want to be a rock star, I have all the support for you in the world. I think you could be, but you gotta have more confidence in yourself. I know you could sing. I bet you could. There's a song out there that you can sing where you can show people that you have a talent. What's your favorite song in the world? Okay, well, what's a song that you like? Okay, that's cool. I know every hip hop song ever. Of course. Do you know the thrill of it? I think it's just called the thrill. Yeah, you know that song? That's one of my favorite songs of all time. That's one of my favorite songs of all time. It starts, oh, college educated, she graduated. Oh, fuck no. No, 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 no. That's one of my favorite songs of all time. She's addicted to champagne. All right. So you like, all right, sing it. That's cool. You've got a great background and you've got a great personality. You should let the camera display that. You should start. You should say to yourself, you know what? Rabbi's right. I should put in 1 hour work on the street. I may not get that many people to watch me, but 1 year from now, when they're launching Grand Theft Auto 6, I'll be a pretty good influencer. And I'll have people who subscribe to me, and I'll have an audience, and then all I have to do is play video games to get paid for it. We're dogging along, right? It's just, here's the biggest hurdle, is people are very self-conscious. I know you're self-conscious. Everybody's self-conscious, especially with the camera, because they're like, "Wow, exactly." And you just got to get over that. I mean, I sleep on camera. I'm lying in the 8 boxes. You know that, like, I'm the least affected person by this because I have worn down that anxiety. I no longer have that social anxiety. You see me do whatever. If anybody ever rips on me, I'm able to take it and let any kind of hate roll off me like water off a duck's back. It doesn't bother me. And you have to be bulletproof yourself. It's not easy being an influencer. But if you want to do it, and that's what you've said you want to do, you got to start somewhere. And I'm not saying you have to do 24-hour streams like I do. And I'm not saying that you have to have 50 million people watching you simultaneously like hitting roster. But what you do have to do is hit that go live button, and you have to do it regularly and consistently. I've heard there's a streamer on Kick. He's a friend of mine. He's ex Straight Savage. He gets paid to stream. He bought 2 cars this year just for Kick. And I've asked him, if you have any advice to new streamers and for people in our audience, and he sums it up pretty well. I would say you got to network, you got to be consistent, and you have to be you. And you network well. I mean, people, and you know me, and you know some influencers. You got to be consistent though. Like you say, you've got a YouTube channel. I understand you don't have many people watching you. That's totally fine. But you have to have the content. You have you do cool stuff in your life, but none of it's captured, none of it's recorded. And the other thing is, just be yourself. You don't let people get to you. But you literally can say to yourself, 1 year from now, do I want to be ready for the biggest launch in the history of gaming with an audience and people who have subbed to me? Or do I want to just be sitting here talking about maybe one day hooking up with some chick, maybe on my lunch hour or something like that? I know you're not doing that, but you know what I'm saying. Like basically, you want to make moves. And one way to make moves is just by hitting that go live button. And I'm not saying you have to do it for 4 or 5 hours, that's long. But if you do it for an hour a day, 1 hour, I would tell you this. You do 1 hour a day for the next 365 days or so. You can do that. Okay, then that's great. But what you don't want to do is burn yourself out and say, well, I did 4 hours yesterday, I'm not going to do it today. No, at least 1 hour a day. And you don't have to do it. I mean, literally, it could just be you in front of your computer and you look on Reddit or you look on YouTube. You just watch stuff and you do reaction clips. You just have to recognize if you want to be an influencer, you have to influence somebody. People have to get to know you. I have a huge database, the largest database of any individual on earth when it comes to the amount of video that I have. Aiden Ross has huge amounts of video. You can go back and see him mature through the years, and you can go and see Amaranth when she just started and where she is today, and Fusi and all of those people want to be like that as well. And I'm telling you, it's free to multi-stream. You get on Kick, you get on Rumble, you get on YouTube, you get on Twitch. You do 4 at once. All of your chats are unified, and so you've got 4 times the audience, and you just start making moves. You do collaborations with people. That's a great way to do it. I'll tell you a really good way that I got to meet a lot of influencers is this. I just started my own podcast. And how did I do it? I went on Spotify. Spotify has a creator app, and what you do is you go into someone's stream, like a Kick stream or YouTube stream, as a chatter, and you just say, hey, do you want to be on my podcast? Everybody said yes. because it's free. Like everybody wants to be on a podcast, and everybody wants that free influence, and so you can do it right there with them. It's really easy. And I did it with the biggest, some of the biggest streamers that they have on Kick, including Ori and Sam Bond and X Street Savage. And my podcast was nothing special. I asked the same 73 questions to all the people. I didn't want them to be intimidated. I didn't want to have a gotcha. And you can do the same thing. These don't have to be 6-hour podcasts, but that way, every single person with whom you make a connection, now you have an influencer friend. Now you build a network. They're going to help you, and you can help them. You got to get the ball rolling somehow if you want to be an influencer. The main thing though is having the account. Well, one of the main things is having the account. Do you have a Flickr account? No. Do you have a Reddit account? Yeah, you do. Good. Do you have an Imager account? No, that's okay. But what I'm saying is you got to get the top 20 platforms. So you have a YouTube account. Do you have a Rumble account? Excellent. Do you have a Twitch account? Excellent. Do you have a Kick account? Excellent. Do you have a Linktree account? Okay, so you need that because that's going to be the thing that links you all your social media. I'm just checking you out, and I want to see your stuff. I go to that Linktree account, and I get all your social media. Do you have a Snapchat account? Excellent. Do you have an Instagram account? Do you have a Facebook account? Okay, I understand you may not want to put all these things on there, but you got a Discord account, so you basically have the main accounts, but you need all of them. If anything, you don't want somebody to come in and impersonate you. So what does that mean? Do you have a Twitter account? Excellent. Do you have a Blue Sky account? That's fine. So you'd want to get a Blue Sky account, a Mastodon account, and a Truth Social account. You don't have to tweet on them or whatever, but you just want so that somebody else doesn't swipe up your name because they will. And you get all of these accounts. There are about 20 main platforms. Here, if you want to know what they are, I have them listed in this Discord. Dude, they're below. Just look below, and you'll see a list of them. It's YouTube, Kick, Twitch, Rumble, Snapchat, Twitter, TikTok, Africa TV, which is big in South Korea, Instagram, Imager, Reddit, Discord, Monkey, Bilibili, Vine Live, Omi TV, Flickr, Telegram, Facebook, Pinterest, LinkedIn, Tumblr, the contact, though you might not be able to get that one because it's in Russian. So yeah, just pick each one of those. Exactly. And you get those, and at least if anything, other people can't steal your platform. And then what you do is you take all those and connect them in your link tree. With that, you've got a powerful weapon in terms of being an influencer and in terms of being able to market yourself. So then when you get somebody who says, hey, what are your socials? You just say, go to the link tree. You've got all your socials there. They're nice and organized. Maybe somebody doesn't use Twitter, but they do use Instagram. Or they don't use Instagram, but they do use Twitter. Everybody's got their own sauce that they like. And this way you give them as many options to be able to follow and connect with you as possible. And then from there, it's about just being at the stream. So one thing that people like about my stream is that I'm always here. I'm always available. So they always know if they're bored, they can come connect with me. I'm not saying that you want to do that. I discourage you from doing it because unless you get to a financial, unless you could really say I can do this for the next 2 years. But if you don't, which I understand, then just do it an hour a day. So what does that mean? That means at 7 o'clock, whatever your time is, or the hot time, you'll find it. You do from 7 to 8, and you can go through the sports scores. You can go through what's cool on Reddit, what's trending on Twitter. You can do Monkey app. Do you know what Monkey app is? Absolutely. So just do Monkey app and Monkey TV, and you do that for an hour, and you pardon me. Absolutely, 100%. Then you've got content. Then what you do after you do it for a week or a month or so, you have enough clips to have a really nice compilation. You upload that to YouTube, and it gets hot because it's fast. It's for people with short attention spans, and 1 or 2 minute clip compilation of you can catch somebody's attention, make them follow you, perhaps make them want to do a collaboration with you. But I'm just saying, you don't want to be here May 19th, 2026, saying, you know what, Grand Theft Auto is going to be launching. And I remember talking to Rabbi a year ago, and I wanted to be an influencer, and this is the perfect opportunity to do it. And I still haven't done it. I still don't have a tree. You don't want to do that. And I understand you've got stuff that you're handling in your life. Nothing that I've said really is going to get in the way of that. It's very easy and free to get all of these social media accounts. So you get those, and then just doing an hour a night. Heck, you could have streamed this, and it would have been fine, and you would have had content. 100%. We're all dealing with shit. You don't think that Amaranth's dealing with shit? She got robbed for her $40 million cryptocurrency. $40 million cryptocurrency. You don't think Aiden Ross just had bullets fired at his most recent vodka from that? You're right. Everybody does have stuff going on. So you just have to say, I don't have to be those people, but I do need to start streaming, and I do need to make content. And I've got to say that your content doesn't have to be perfect. Don't be. There are some things on which to be a perfectionist, but there are other things that you just say, you know what, it's fine. I'm gonna just go and stream, and if my hair wasn't perfect, that's fine. I'm gonna keep the stream. I'm not gonna delete it, and you're gonna have. If you started streaming tomorrow, or not even, but like this week, you will have 365 hours worth of content this time next year, right before Grand Theft Auto launches. You'll know everything about the game. You'll probably have 1,000 followers on all of these different platforms, and these aren't fake followers; these are organic followers. And if I were you, I'd start my own Discord. You're on Discord a lot, so start a Discord. I'm not saying that you have to live in a Discord, but it gives people an opportunity to be able to connect with you in just another way. And you're on Discord so much that you know a lot of people on Discord. That's fine, absolutely. Look at my Discord and all the different stuff there is. I've got music bots, I've got karaoke bots, I've got different every kind of interest that you'd ever want. I've got start your own channels. If you don't want to talk to me, that's fine. Start your own channel. You can do that. I've got an arena. I got a ton of different stuff. I'm not saying you have to make it look just like mine, but just know that there's a lot. I know you know there's a lot you can do with it. And so put all your social media in there, put all your interests in there, connect with people, and by this time, 1 year from now, you'll have subscribers. You'll have literally people who are paying you money to just be viewed. It's going to be a really exciting opportunity for you. If you want to be an influencer, that's what you got to do. If you just want to work a job, that's cool too. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. I'm saying you can probably do both. You work your 8-hour job and do whatever you need to do, whatever job you want to work, and then just 1 hour a night, you hit that go live button, and you start connecting with people. And like you said, you could get really great clips from Monkey Hat and Homie TV. It will lead to new people too. You get people who follow you. One of the best things to do on Monkey Hat and Homie TV is this. You go. I've done this for years. I'll be on Monkey App, and there'll be somebody, and I'll be like, "Hey, do you want to see yourself on YouTube?" They'll be like, "Yeah, I want to see myself on YouTube." Be like, "All right, Taik ROTHSCHILD on YouTube, filter by live," and I'll show them on camera themselves, and they're blown away by them. It's an easy thing to do, and then you get a subscriber right away. You're welcome, Big Dog. I'm here if you need any support, okay? Excellent. All right, well, again, if you need any advice or support, I'll give you everything that I can. And if you really want to be an influencer, you have to say to yourself how badly do you want it. And if you want it, you got to go on it. Nobody is going to consider you an influencer if you don't have time. But you're cool, man. You're cool, and you're around cool people. You got a great look. You've got a great background. People will follow you. You just, basically have to put yourself out there. Can you repeat that, please? Excellent, man. So, dude, that's a huge thing. You should do a countdown until the return 21. That's a big deal, man. Dude, when I turned 21, I had two 21st birthdays. And I had different groups of friends. And I'm telling you, that's a big event in your life because it's probably the last big birthday that you have. Why? Because everything else after that is just basically, there are no other highlights, At 25, you get to rent a car. At 40, you're considered like elderly, basically. At 65, it's like Social Security. There are no other really big, maybe your 50th birthday might be pretty big. But 21, go around for it. I mean, you don't have to give me the exact date, but is it like in a few months? All right, perfect, man. So you got like 2 months, a little bit more that you could do a countdown for that. And then, like basically, if you're going out to and you're able to say that you're an influencer, that's a great way in with women. I mean, as opposed to, yeah, I work in the drive-thru, which I'm not putting down people working in the drive-thru. That is a respectable job, and people are needed to do that. But a lot of people do that. It's not sexy though. Being an influencer is sexy. So you get some chick who's in a bar and you're like, oh, it's your 21st birthday? Yeah, what do you do? Oh, I'm an influencer. Oh, really? What's your Instagram? Oh, here's my Instagram. Here's my link so you can see all my stuff. I shoot every day. I've actually been doing a countdown to my 21st birthday. That's why I'm here at the bar. And I've got all my friends here. We're having a good time. You want a shot? We'll do a shot together, or whatever. And then from there then you're 21. And anytime you go out, you'll be a real influencer. You just won't be someone who has an Instagram account. You'll be like, yeah, I create content. You can follow me. I do at least an hour stream every single night. I appreciate it. Absolutely, man. I picked up a lot of chicks in my life. So I'm telling you, these things will, and I haven't even done it really as an influencer. I've done it in other ways too. I have a great personality. I'm a nice person. I'm intelligent. I can get women in other ways. But I'm telling you that the influencer aspect of this, especially for a young man in today's day and age, is a real panty drop. So wait, can you repeat that? Being an influencer today is a real panty drop, meaning it is attractive to women. Every woman wants to be with a famous man. And even if you're not super famous, that's okay. You're going to have more fame than most people in the bar. Most people in the bar are not YouTubers, or at least not consistent YouTubers. And if you can at least say, yeah, I have a Twitch, I have a Kick, I have YouTube, and I stream every night. I meet people on Omi TV. I meet people on Monkey App. I have a podcast. I mean, like, women are going to flock to you. Women are going to flock to you if you're an influencer. Did you know that being an influencer is the number one desired career of people under age 25? So they're gonna be women who have Instagrams out there, OnlyFans or whatever, and they're gonna want to connect with you. And it's a big deal to be a consistent streamer. All right, so go out and do it. Dude, absolutely. absolutely they're going to be haters. You just have to recognize it. There's something that I learned a long time ago. I'll just give you the I'll give you the magic potion. All right, future. Do you know how you know if you're cool? Yes, it's a question that I want you to answer. Do you know how you know if you're absolutely, absolutely? This is, and you're exactly right. This is how you know if you're cool. You just know. It's internal. No one can give you that. No matter how big your audience is, no matter how many followers you have, no matter how much data you have, it's an internal thing. Yeah, you don't want to put other people down. You're 100% right. And you recognize it. Being cool isn't given to you externally; it comes internally. So if you know that you're cool, which it seemingly you do, then you'll be able to put up with any haters out there. So you know what to do, future. I gave you the list, or it's in this Discord. You just create all of those different accounts. You hook them up in Linktree. You make yourself a nice avatar, and then you should. I'll tell you what. There's some that you. No, there's some that you don't. There's some that you don't need. Uh, but like, it's not a bad idea to make sure that you have an imager or a Flickr or Telegram. The main one would be YouTube. No, YouTube's the main one. All, all of those. Yeah, I mean, but it doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt to have them all because you don't necessarily have to have them all in your picture, but it doesn't hurt to have them because somebody's going to come out and steal it anyway. And then you're going to be like, you know what, I should have got that one. Now they're impersonating me. There's nothing I can do about it. Yeah, you're cutting out, but yeah, people will come in. It happened in here. A a a streamer I know, his name's a Flashlight. I told him, hey, do you have a Blue Sky account? He's like, no, do I need one? Oh, he does. Okay, whatever. How do you do? How you doing? There he is. You're good, video. Yep, you're good. Um, it happened in here. A friend of mine, he's from, I think, Jamaica. He came in here and I was like, hey, do you have a Blue Sky account? He's like, no, do you really think I need one? I'm like, if you don't get one, somebody's going to steal it from you. And he was live streaming at the time and somebody picked it up. You want to make sure that you have it so that that doesn't happen to you. Yes, you do. And even if you don't use them, you need to make sure that you have them so that you don't get impersonated. It doesn't take long. It would take you like 2 hours to get it. If you, it takes like 5 minutes. Each one takes like 5 minutes. But people don't do it, and then they get impersonated, and then they boo-hoo later on because they have to report the person for impersonation, and now it becomes a he said, she said kind of deal on up to the moderation team. You don't want it to be that way. Just get them, and then you're all set. Take your time, dude. All right, so you're comfortable on camera. So, I mean, you really have nothing stopping you. And you'll be fine. You'll be fine. I mean, look, you're going to get called on everything under the sun, and that's fine. You just don't pay them any attention. Yeah, I mean, that helps. There are also some good comebacks that I find helpful. So, I don't know, people say things to me, and I know it's a tried and true one. You just say, cool story, bro. Everyone hates that comeback, but it works really well. Cool story, bro. Somebody's like, hey, you're ugly. Okay, cool story, bro. Everyone hates that because it switches the momentum that they have. Whatever they're coming at you with, it's just like, okay, cool story, bro. There's another one that I like. That's just like your opinion, man. Somebody can come in here and be like, I think that you have a big head. Okay, well, that's just like your opinion, man. Like, okay, I mean, that's from the Big Lebowski, but it works really well. Somebody can say whatever they want. I think that you have long legs. Okay, cool story, bro. I think that you have uh, uh, your hair isn't tall. All right, that's just like your opinion, man. And if you say it, it becomes very funny, especially if you make it your own. And there are a bunch of those that you can have. But you just it basically extinguishes any kind of momentum that the other side has to make fun of you, and they'll go find somebody else, or they'll go do something else, or they'll realize that you're too cool for them. I mean, you saw me in Aiden Ross's Discord a year ago when he had a bunch of people in there, and people give me all kinds of shit, and I just didn't really pay attention to it. I know it's too cool for them anyway. So, I would talk if I ever needed to, if anybody needed me. But I got Aiden Ross in my stream. Not everybody can say that, and you'll be able to do the same thing. There you go. So you've already connected with some really big influencers. All right. Well, his loss. That's all right. His loss. He'll get a chance to stop you in the future. Hopefully. Who's Reggie? Please invite me. No. But okay. Very cool. Uh, Not off the top of my head, but I can remember one stream all the time in Kaiser's Discord. Okay. Absolutely. All right, that's another thing you can do. I mean, join the 99 biggest influencers that you can find, and then have your own Discord, and make sure that your Discord links in your profile, and you get a lot of people who just join your Discord because it's in there, and that you have this omnipresence. You're always available. And you can do IRL streaming. I do IRL streaming, but it's expensive, and nobody watches me when I do IRL streaming because they don't know what I'm going to be doing. I don't always know what I'm going to be doing. And you need battery packs, and you need data plans, and it's a huge pain. So I advise you to just do desktop streams until you can really either afford it or you have a big enough audience that that's going to be really exciting for them. And that's fine. You could do one desktop stream from now until the launch of Grand Theft Auto 6, which is May 26, 2026, and you will potentially not need to work 1 year from now if you do it right. I mean, you don't want to work a job, and you'd like to be able to just stay at home and stream and make money and just watch your bank account grow and your crypto wallet grow and the amount of girls in your DMs grow. So the way that you do that is by doing a stream a day. Now there are some cheat codes. You can definitely improve your positioning since you have a job if you buy some followers so that not all your accounts start at zero. That's always a definite bump. But even if you don't do that and you just start at zero, you'll have 1,000 people follow you on each one of your platforms if you do one stream a day from now until next year. There you go. Those are the secrets of being an influencer. It isn't, hey, you need to stay at the Four Seasons and you need to travel to Cancun and Las Vegas and Toronto. I mean, that's cool. That's great. But that's the second level. You got to walk before you run. And so it's just about consistent streams at this point. And you watch, when you turn 21, absolutely. You turn 21 and you've been doing a stream every day until then, and then you go out to the bar, you're a real streamer, you're a real influencer. You'll pick up women, and that's what you want to do. What are your plans for your 21st birthday? Very cool. Okay, very cool. Okay, excellent, man. So there's a lot of fun stuff to do there. You do a countdown until then. And then you go out with your friends, you have a good time. You don't have to live stream it. I mean, you can live your life normally. But at least when some chick comes up to you and she's like, what you do for a living, you can be like, I do X, Y, and Z, but really I'm an influencer. She's going to say, you're an influencer? You're like, yeah. She's going to say, oh, okay, what's your social media? And she's going to want to look through it. And she doesn't want to see that you posted something 6 months ago or 6 years ago. You'd be like, no, I post every single day. I'm very consistent. And then she's going to take it seriously. And then you're an influencer in her mind. I mean, frankly, that's not what makes you cool, but in her mind, it's going to be like, wow, this guy's got a little bit of riz in him. He's pretty famous, and she's going to go tell her girlfriend, hey, you know that guy? Yeah, he's a streamer. He streams every day. You want to see his YouTube? You want to see his Kick? You want to see his Rumble? You want to see his Instagram? You want to see his Twitter? That's just what people are going to want to do. They're going to be interested in everybody. you could do it. All right, so you know what to do, future. So go do it. Go do it. Absolutely, you're welcome. Go do it, and then when you're done, come back and tell me all about it. How you learn, and I'll follow you on all my accounts. And you'll get like hundreds of followers just from that. So go do it. You're welcome, big dog. We'll see you soon. Peace. Honey, what are you blabbing about? I'm telling you bad advice, terrible advice. You know that's the best advice that you can hear. Okay. You sound like you're the pillow. Okay, well, everybody can have their own opinion. He's not going to be an influencer if he doesn't start creating content. Oh, yeah, I can't. You want to play again? Oh, yeah, I can't hear you. Do you want me to send you a game invitation? Okay, I'll find the game. Oh, yeah, I can't hear you. You have to type it. I just sent you an invite. Yeah, there you go.
Valuable pursuit, or maybe most of the stories that can be, most of the fascinating things can be discovered here on Earth or on other nearby planets.
Just going to Alola, I think Avi's insight.
Either your microphone sucks or you're not talking. Or both. more stuff to. I know. I picked the wrong one. Don't worry. We'll catch it together.
Is an interesting speculation, right? Like I was saying before, people can sometimes look at something and not see it for what it is. many would just look at that and say, oh, it's an asteroid, and dismiss it. There was something odd about the data that Avi picked up on and said, well, here's an alternative explanation that doesn't fit, that actually better fits the models, just being wrong. And to his credit, he just has ignored the critics because he believes the data is real, and is using that then as a battering ram to go after other things. So I think that's great.
Yeah. What is his main conclusion? Does he say it could be of alien extraterrestrial origin? Is that
Well, that's one of the things. I mean, he's explained how it could be a light sail, and a light sail is certainly within near human capabilities to make such a thing. I think Yuri Milner he's a Russian billionaire. He's involved, I think, in a project to make light sails with laser, to launch them with laser power, essentially, towards Alpha Centauri. Right? So it's something that humans could make. I think Avi's proposal is perfectly within the realm of possibility. I mean, sadly, within this, now nearly out of our solar system.
Yes, I mean, to me, that's inspiring to do greater levels of data collection in our solar system, but also here on Earth. It just seems like we should be constantly collecting data, because the tools of software that we're developing get better and better at dealing with huge amounts of data. It's changing the nature of science. I mean, we collect all of the data.
Right. Collect the data. I mean, the Galileo project asked me over the weekend to join, and I did. So, I'm not a specialist in any of the stuff that they're doing, but looking at the list of people who are on there, there are really no biologists on there. So, at some point, if my expertise is required for something,
what's the goal and the vision of the Galileo project?
Better talk to Avi, but my understanding, and just actually looking at the sort of the bylaws this morning, literally just got them, is number one, collect the data on UAP, and number two, collect data on potentially local technological artifacts.
I need to look into this. This is fascinating. And Avi's heading the Galileo project.
Yeah. Have you spoken with him?
On this podcast, yes. Oh, that was before. I believe it's before he was headed.
Oh.
It's a new creation.
Yeah, the Galileo project I think it's about 6 or 7 months old now.
Amazing. And he's getting a group of scientists together.
Oh yeah, it's about 100. Oh, that's awesome. Actually, I was looking at some of their stuff over the weekend. I'm shocked at the level of organization that they've already got put together. That's amazing. It looks like a moonshot project. I mean, I've been involved with a lot of large NIH projects, which involve a lot of people in coordination, and they're putting it together.
So you're extremely well published in a lot of the fields we began this conversation with. So you're a legit scientist. But yet you're keeping an open mind to a lot of ideas that maybe require you to take a leap outside the conventional. So what advice would you give to young people today that are, in high school or in college, that are dreaming of having impact in science, or maybe in whatever career path that goes outside of the conventional, that really does something new?
If you believe in something, you believe that an idea is valuable, or you have an approach to something, don't let others shame you into not doing it. As I've said, shame is a societal control device to get other people to do what they want you to do rather than what you want to do. So shame sometimes is good to stop you from doing something unethically or wrong. But shame also is something that is circumscribing your environment. I've never let people who've told me, you shouldn't do that line of science, you should be ashamed of yourself for even thinking that. Give me a break. Why is it wrong to ask questions about this area? What's wrong with asking the question? Frankly, you're the person who's wrong for trying to stop these questions. You're the person who's almost acting like a cultist. you basically have closed your mind to what the possibilities are. And if I'm not hurting anybody, and if it could lead to an advance, and if it's my time, why does it bother you? I mean, I had a very well-known scientist once tell me that I was going to hurt my career talking about this. If anything, it's enhanced my career.
I have a couple questions on this. So first of all, just a small comment on that. I've realized that it feels like a lot of the progress in science is done by people pursuing an idea that another senior faculty would probably say this is going to hurt your career. I think it's actually a pretty good indicator that there's something interesting when a senior wise person tells you this is going to hurt your career. I think that's just the one. As a small, if I were to give advice to young people, if somebody senior tells you this is going to hurt your career, think twice about taking their advice.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think that's the primary thing. And the other, I tell my own students, I have a lab of about 20, 30 people, and it's been that big since 1992. People come and go. It's not the data that falls in line that's so interesting. It's the spot off the graph that you want to understand. You want to, when something is way off the graph, that's the interesting thing, because that's usually where discovery is. And the number of times that I've stopped people in my lab and said, wait a second, go back a few slides. What was that? And then it ended up being something interesting that made their careers. I could count on a few hands.
Yeah, get excited by the extraordinary that's outside of the thing that you've done in the past. Just on a personal psychological level, is there? I'm sure at Stanford, I'm sure you explore some of these ideas. There's pressure. How do you not give in to the pressure? How do you not give in to the people that say that push you away from these topics? What would you say? Shame.
I just point to my successes. I say, you're the ones who told me not to start companies.
How you like it? Hey, Zoom, how are you, big guy? Oh, excellent.
Guess what?
You're at 15.3% body fat. Okay, well, now go tell the people that you want to be a male stripper. Is that what they said? Okay. Speaking of 12, that's how many games in a row I've beaten you. Are you sure?
Yes.
Are you sure? Is that Earth? Can we include losing the 12th straight games? Oh, okay. I don't know, a fluffer? I agree with you. Zoo, are you going to play this game like Street Games? Zoo, Zoo, do you mind if I play Mr. T? These nuts. Do you know what bofa? Do you know what bofa is? Do you want to know what bofa is? Okay. Can I interview you after my 13th win? Wait, can I interview you after my 13th win? Go, go in the black shirt. Okay, what's your challenge? No, not like a bit over right now. I have headphones, but not like headphones. I have actually I do. I have wireless headphones. All I care about is beating you 13 times. You fucked up. Zoo, you fucked up major. Yeah, bro. Yo, Cam. You have to make this. No, you don't have to make this shot. You have a very difficult shot. And you missed it. Zoo, you're down one hole. It's not over. Oh, dude. Did you see that? That was pretty good. Oh, Zoo. Is that what you wanted to do, son? Oh, Zoo. You might be able to make it. You might be able to make it. I think you can make this. It's a lot of sand, though. Dude, that is a big shot. We're on hole 4, Zoo. Zoo, you love this hole. Zoo, what are your thoughts? If I make this shot, I've won 13 straight games, which is the record that we've ever had. 13. Oh, Zoo, how did it not go in? Zoo. All right, so you have to make this. Zoo, are you ready for your interview? Zoo, you've never scored on this hole. No, you're not. I'm gonna fuck with you. Because I already have the lead, and it's because I fuck because I always fuck with you. Oh no, Zoot, what you gonna do, big dog? Oh, Zoot, that was disgusting. Yo, Kim, Zoot, are you even gonna get out of this? Kangaroo me? All right, well then, eat steak, dude. I don't know what you're fucking about, you lose. Yeah. Okay, that's why I said kangaroo meat. I don't know how much it is. It's illegal. All right, but that's like okay, the chicken breast. Welcome. Yo, what's going on? How you living, Cam? All right, well then buy. Okay, how much is chicken breast? Okay, Edmund, how'd you find out about me? Yeah. How'd you find out about me? Okay, what platform? Oh, okay. Hey, admin, just a moment. We have to do an interview with Zoot here. He's lost 13 straight games, which is the record that we've ever had. Here we are on the fifth green with Zoot. Zoot, you've just lost your 13th straight game. What are your thoughts? Back to you. All right, Zoot. Are we playing again? I mean, Zoot, you didn't have 1,000 penises inside you. You just lost 13 straight games. You just lost 13 straight games. We're playing chess. We do play chess. We're playing mini golf. In mini golf? Oh, I don't even. I only play. I don't play good. Okay, what is your ranking? Wow, you're really good. Yeah, I think I'm 1200. 2500. 2500. 2500. All right, well, you're very good at chess. On chess.com, it's ranking. Okay, I mean, that's fine. Yeah, can you guys see? Yeah. Okay. So what the fuck did you just do? No, but I think I just helped you. So what the fuck was that? Oh, stop. Dude, don't make it. You don't fuck, dude. Dude, you have to leave. I got distracted by Bobby Fischer. You didn't like that, but did you? Oh, yeah. Dude, we're back to Taik. Get there. Get there. Dude, dude, what the fuck is that? Hit my ball, dude. Thank you, big dog. Dude, can you hear me? Why did you hit such a shitty shot? No, yeah, I just wanted you to know that I'm about to take the lead. No, Ma. This is what I no, no, Ma. This is what I love to do. If anything, I would take whatever money I made to start streaming and then just start my stream again. I love creating the world's largest timeline. Zoo, did you know that I have the lead? Zoo, do you know the name of this hole? It's the pee hole. Do you know why it's called the pee hole? Because it's shaped like a pea. Zoo, treat, dude. It's a treat. All right, so we're leaving. What the fuck is that? Zoo, you ready for your interview? Zoo, we're about to do an interview. That's 14 straight wins. Here we are at the green of the fifth hole. Jude has just lost a record. Not one, not two, not three, not four, not five, not six, not seven, not eight, not nine, not 10, not 11, not 12, not 13, but 14 straight games. Zoo, what are your thoughts? Go ahead. Zoo is, yeah, you're right, Marty. I talk more shit to Zoo compared to anybody else. Squid Game. All right. Zoo, this is you want the 15th? Artie's so sweet. Dude, it's like a good glory. Yeah, you're exactly right. 100% right. So that's a that's a tough shot. You can bounce it back and do. That's a good shot. But guess what I'm gonna do? Guess what I'm gonna do to you? Oh yeah, but not that. It wasn't that close. You're 100% right, son. Oh, you've got a tough shot. You've got a tough shot. You can make it though. No way. That was a bad shot. You should have bounced it off that back wall. Dude, it's Squid Games, baby. Do do do. Dude, you're down there. Oh, okay. Is that what's gonna happen? I hate this whole dude. Yeah, because I have to go first. Oh, but that's a really good shot. Dude, don't fuck up. Yes, it was. Was it as good as this shot, though, son? I just made it. Dude, I just made it. It's Squid Games. Do do do. Oh, Zoot matched it. Good job, big guy. Are you sure? No, you weren't. What are you talking about? Yeah, and it was based